Oops. Hold on. I hit the go live button and then I went and put more wood into the wood stove and all that good stuff. And then the music ended. Oops. All berries. Let's see. Game. TNG tuber. Yeah, that's about it. And I got my hot chocolate. So I did I did three things all at once. Let's see. Chocolate over here. And I guess the song wasn't as long as I thought it was. Okay. So, all I've done since last night. Oh, wait, the stream element spot isn't working. Oh no. Why does that happen? Custom bot. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Wait. Who's here? Everybody's here. Okay. Very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so all I did since ending stream last night was I fucking grinded. I grinded for like 3 more hours. So about until 1 a.m. And what I did was I destroyed the windmill, and I brought it over here to the mountaintop that I found with the giant plains biome and the everything. So I did that, and I also brought the house over. But I did that last night. But this morning, for the past several hours, I was getting, what's it called? I got myself another solar panel, and more drives, more 16K drives, and it's just enough to hold all the items that I have. So that's what I did today. And in that time, oh, let me hit the shaders button. In that time, it moved to summer season. So, there we go. Shaders. So that's pretty much all that's happened. Let's just put all this shit away. Yeah, it's just a mess. Oh, I have to put the kitchen back. I forgot. Oh, and I figured it out. It's C comma food. Let me copy that. So all the food in the system is this. So pretty good. I really wish that these would stay off every time I log in. There we go. But right now, I'm going to move into that house. Right after I sleep. Great. I'll destroy that. I'll bring that over. Give me the elevators and the cable. Yeah, that's all I need for now. All right. Move into the house. And while I was building up the house, I saw some trolls. Some like those giant green ogre things by these ruins, but they seem to be gone. So that's good. That's nice. I put it away. Okay. And I get to rebuild the kitchen. Cool. I'm missing a block. No longer. Alright. Let's see. Let's put... Can I... 63... I want to put the ones that are full up top. So 62 and then 62, 61. There we go. And then can I... Oh, I can. Cool. Oops. There we go. Cool. Got that. Put a torch there. I should get more torches. Light this place up. Okay, kitchen time. Kitchen. Oh, there's my elevators. There's some more elevators. Kitchen related things. I think that's that. So the sink went here, that went there. Counter, oven, corner. We'll do yep. Wait. Great. We did tool rack. Spices. Good. Completed food. We'll do food utensils. Fruit basket. Cool. And we'll do a waystone. Oh, and I need to Del home 1. I was using that shortcut to get back and forth pretty quick. And I'll do that. Let's see. Oh, and then I got all these backpacks filled. Oh, not that one. These backpacks filled with all the food. Let's just do this. So this one was all the meats. Yep. Sushi, meat. Nope, that's not meat. That's crepes. Shepherd's pie's got meat, dough, and sweet dough. Ooh, but that's an ingredient. Yeah, we'll call bread an ingredient. Or a semi-ingredient. We've got salt and pepper and sugar. Well, that's an ingredient. Spices. Spices and herbs up there. What is this stuff used for? Oh. Nothing. Okay. Okay, so that backpack is empty. And this one. So fruits. Fruit. Nope, that's a vegetable. Meat. What are... It's classified as a protein. Protein. Oh, okay. I guess we'll just put all proteins in there then. This isn't counted as anything, so therefore it is an ingredient. Oh. These are grubs. Coconuts are fruit. Oh, okay. Sure. What does this count as? It counts as diet vegetables. Mushrooms are vegetables. You heard it here first. Oh, cookware, meat, grain, that's an ingredient. Proteins. Almonds are protein? The harvest moon rises. Well, I don't have any farms quite yet, but I'll get there. Whoa. Hamburger. No cheese? How do I make... cheese. What? Oh, I need milk for that. Okay. So. Oh, I can... This is the schematic thing that builds for you. I was using that up. That's why I've been collecting all this gunpowder. Not just for rockets, but for this as well. Oh, it's a crow. I'm like, what was that? That needs to go over to the... Where's this crow? Hey. There we go. Oh, that's right. All right. So I need to first... I'll take all these wild animals that I have. And I'll make some pens for them. I put those trees over there. Ooh, sheep. I'll put them... So I had the idea to make a koi pond here. In this little hole that's here. But... I think I'll do that. Should get a shovel, shouldn't I? Definitely should do. Are there koi in the game even? Yep. Either way, I'll just fill it with fish. Throw these rocks. Kind of fun. I wonder. Damn, I was hoping it would break the glass. That'd have been really cool. Well, koi pond made. Cool. You basket it's up there. Chocolate cookie. Apple juice, and it gives liquid. That's so. I'll remember that. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh yeah, fence for aminals. Let's see. I'll put my horse. Kind of out front here. Yep. And get this just out of the way a little bit. I want to bring this up. No. Oop, I'm out of water. Oops. Wait. Make some room here. Also, push this back one. I don't think I have a shovel anywhere, but I'm also too lazy to make one. All right, this is good. Fuck it. Let's have it be weirdly shaped. Ooh, stuff. Stuff. Okay. That'll probably be fine. Oops. Actually stacked. Got pigs. Chicken, sheep. The only thing that I have one of is cow. Let me go find a cow. Oh wait. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I literally just broke the house and brought it over. Oh, there's my wolf. Oh, I don't think my wolf is going to teleport with me. Yeah, he definitely won't. Shit. I don't need to do that. I was gonna grab it, but I remembered that I have like hundreds of stacks of obsidian. Alright, buddy. We're gonna go on quite a journey. First, over to this tropical village. Get in. Thank you. We're gonna get this waystone. Let's turn on all of... not all of them. Oh! Oh dear! Oh! Great heavens! This area still hasn't despawned all the ice from wintertime. And it's literally summertime. Grab that. These guys freaking out. Oh, frame rate. Oh, dude, these guys are on a mission. Oh, they got him. New home. Where the fuck am I? Let's go directly west. As west as I can go. And also find a cow. Oh. Oh dear. Oh great heavens. Here, let me equip my shield. Walking Dead. Well, you pissed him off. What the fuck is that achievement? Oh. You got him. Mandrake, get that Harry Potter shit out of here. We're a Star Wars channel. Shit, I didn't bring any of the major feasts of food with me. While I'm in the river, let's drink up our water. Come on, man. Dog. Holy shit. I guess this wolf is protected. Crouch to bypass. That means that you're fucking dead, kid. Means that the thing is accidentally hitting him. I'll live off peaches. Peaches, 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 piece of peaches. Where's my dog? Hey. Where's my dog? Oh, come on. There you are. Ugh, the kids are so hard. Fucking deal with. Come on. I hate this grass, man. This grass pisses me off. Makes it impossible to hit shit. Let's go. Ogre. Where's my wolf? Holy shit, man. It's giving me speed, so it's gonna make this go by a little quicker. Pork skin, I'm sure, is useful. Yeah, probably. Run. Oh, it's one of those things. One wolf. Keep up. Also be on the lookout for a cow. Oh, I'm generating new chunks. Ooh. I'm sure this village over here has a cow in their possession. Zombies. Oh, frame rate. Zombies in a mountain at daytime. That's not a spawner. Huh. Dog, don't come over here. You're gonna drown. Nope, you're just a little tiny cave. Cool. Looking for a cow. Horses. Oh, that's right. This horse was fast, wasn't it? Oh no, it was a different one? Your jumping is really good. Actually, don't need chickens, but garbage. I see a cow on the minimap. If there's a fast, oh, I'll get a few. All right, cool. Bucket. There's a horse that's faster than my horse, which is like 12 something or 13. Then I will grab it. Wait, this new place is way far away. Behind me, wasn't it? Yeah. No, but I have to do it so that the dog will come with me. Come on, dog. Thank you. Let me up. There quicksand? Nope. Apricot. I need 3 of them. Right. So star fruit. The more fruit I get, the more I can make my orchard. Fruit orchard. It's a snail. Like I said, these jail crystals are probably worth it now. Almost got me. Oh, his anvils display multiple enchants from books they fell upon. Eh. Oh, there's 3 TNT in each of these. Oh. Have I learned? West. Oh, that's a default tower. Huh. No, it's not. I lied. It's completely different. Just looked like it from afar. Oh. Damn it. Saddle. Cool. Oh my god, another woodland mansion. That's crazy. Hmm. These pears? Very nice, very nice. Okay. Let's see. Can I take the water around? I can. Whoa. Oh, the free fish thing is happening again. Must be a rendering thing. This is cool. Where's my dog, though? In the boat. Shit. Right here. Come on, bud. Come on. West. Come on, dog. Keeping up. What is this? Itching ivy. Come on, dog. Cool. It's a pain in the butt to get this dog back. Hot chocolate. Don't mind if I do. Ouch. Ow. Goddamn. Horse. Horses. Plural. Not great. Actually, we're here anyway. Hey. I hear him. Hear him, I don't see him. He invisible? Hey. I hear him. Oh, come on. He's invisible. Well, dog. Kind of wish you could be seen. There you are. Squeaky ass chair. Wow. I made that hot chocolate an hour ago and it is still piping hot. Protein. Vegetable. And fruit. Oof, hiccups. Already. Torches can stay. Animal. Fruit. Veg. Nice. Okay. So, what do we got? We got sheep, cow, horse, cow, cow, pig, horse, chicken, chicken. What? I've had this wrench. What do you mean? What do you mean? What the? Hmm. Ouch. There we go. Yeah, this purple robe kind of awful. Boat. Oh, I only have the one boat. Thought I had multiple. Phew. Okay, let's get the good food. Okay. Let me drink some real water. Holy. So good. Okay, so what was... I just got a quest. Oh, I figured out that this UI thing, this Eldritch End thing goes away if I bookmark any recipes up here. So if I unbookmark it, it'll come back. I figured it out. That was a quest for a wrench. Cool. Fluid transportation. The pipes you'll create to transport many fluids and gases can only contain a single type of fluid at a time, and they won't connect directly to empty pipes or contain... Oh, wait, that reminds me. What's this called? At dehy... What? Hello? Why can't I type? At... Oh. Item draining. Can't get purified water. Hmm? Hmm. Oh. Yeah, but that can't be used in anything. Like, these can't be drained. You know what I mean? Alright, anyway. You can't make the handbook? Oh. You can make a bamboo pump, though, which is what I was... God damn it. I don't know what this does. But I'd like to find out. Wait, it's empty. Pump cooldown. Really? Now I can't get my thing back. Oh my god. Well, is it gonna... What the hell? Crack my knuckles here. That better be full. Uh-uh. Garbage. Oh, good to know. I don't know what I want. I know that I want this to sort it by number of items. I know that much. Oh, let's put in the food, and let's get all the food into the fridge. Oh, sorry, not spider eye. Fruit. Oops. Vegetable. Oh, nighttime. Need to eat more sugar. Make some sweets. Make macarons. What? Only 3%. Okay, let's get the cows in. I don't want them to suffocate, so... Sir? What if I... Oh, I can just do that. Oh, okay, it worked. Now let's get a hopper. Chest. Well, you know what? That's fine. I'll just... There we go. There we go. PETA approved. Get some wheat. Get them going. Put all the cows in there. There we go. As one does. Cool. Is that? Phew. Okay, let's get an enchanting setup going. Book, shelves. Missing wood. Oh, I'm not. What? You joking? Huh, yeah. Oop, too many. Whoa. Oh, so that's what that shit means. Right? Handle. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh boy. What the fuck does any of this mean? I think it means that I'm gonna need a much larger room for this. So let's do damn it. Shit. Alright, I'm thinking. Let's just do... What? Shit. Okay. It goes back to... Oh boy. Do I have torches? Make a shovel. Whoa, wrong button. Shift. Let's do a tunnel. Let's do this. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna replace walls anyway. Oh. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Blue moon rises. Oh, I'm out of water. Oof. So since I'm going to be replacing the walls. Oops. There we go. But I might as well do the floor. Why do I hear skeletons out there? Alright. Oh, it's nighttime. Okay. I have a... do have a stone cutter. Whoa. Alright. There's... I want all tiles. Can I redo those into different things? Not quite, but... Alright, good. And then the walls can be marble. Is that skeleton in my pond? In my koi pond? That'd be fucked up if he is. Now this is a basement. Now this is pod racing. Shit. You know what? I'll do... Oops. There we go. There we go. Pretty good. How bad does this look? Fine. 1 year. No way. That's crazy. A long time. But, hello there. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you are well, mate. Let's see. Oh, this room can't be centered. Oh no. Oh no. Well, then I'll do it like this. All right, level 30. $35. Wait, what? Ooh. Hi, SK. Hello, hello. Can this go above level 30? No, it can't. Okay. So wait, why does it say power 35? Had the founder badge? You've had it for a long time. A long time. Power range 26 to 35. I don't know how this worked. Yeah. What's even crazier is the fact that I still have Founders Badges slots open. That's even crazier. Arcana. Let's get some candles down there. Flint and steel. Yep. Enchantability bonus. Hmm? Only got 5%. Oh. It's because these have to be... How does that work? I don't even think the corners reach, but I'll try. Oh yeah. Okay. Invert controls. God damn it. Oh man, that really does mess with my brain. Silk touch. Okay. Silk touch. Okay. So, whatever these candles did, it boosts it up so I can get silk touch. Okay, good. Best reward. Awareage. Oh, I don't have enough XP though. Ooh, 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 ooh. There's a chest down there filled with things for enchanting. One year goes by quick. Oh, it's storming, so I don't have solar power. There we go. Almost 2 years. Oof. Feels old, man. Ba-boomer. Okay, what were the other things called? Quanta and Eterna. Quanta. So wait, what does it say? What does it say the Quanta is right now? Its current value is 15. Current value is still 15, so it only applies to the first, 2 levels of the enchantment table. And Eterna. Max 15. Wait. +2. This one's +1. Oh, so different types of bookshelves give more ability to get an enchant. That's why this goes up to power level 35. Uh-huh. If that's the case... Spell infinity? Okay. Wow. Okay, so there's... Spells are free to cast. Oh, wait, that's actually crazy. That's very good. Well, whatever this revamped enchanting system is, it looks cool. And helpful. But it also looks like it's, it shows me what everything does. Apply posture loss on a target. Don't know what that means. It mines, combs, hives, nests, and wax blocks faster. Doubles output of any bee nest or beehive blocks. Interesting. Quanta. Says rectification lessens the negative effects. Eterna +5. Is that the largest one that there is? Looks like this. Arcana 15. Oh. Enchanting clues +1. Looks like this echoing skulk shelf is the best shelf there is. In terms of, I mean, in general. But this soul touched one. Also good. Oh, wow. Okay, so you need... Oh, they just completely ruined enchanting. You need certain levels of all these things in order... And 60 levels, by the way. In order to get that. Holy shit. Looks like enchanting is not gonna be... reliable. To say the least here. Whoa. Out of water. This is rough. It looks like I need other bookshelves in order to get the better bookshelf. Dormant. Keep shelf. What the fuck? Yeah, that's right. I think, I mean, like, I have all of these books just from looting dungeons and things, but there's 4 pages of 4 pages. Yeah, it kind of is, but I mean, that's kind of fair because this mod pack is called all the mods, or all of the fabric mods 7. So there's 400 mods in the pack. And a lot of them are RPG like ones, like all these weapons with all these extra stats and things. And abilities and magic. Yeah. What I should do is go mining. Because I would say I need resources. Huh. I need resources, I'd say. So let's make a shit ton of torches. Great. I'll bring my superfoods. Oof, water's gonna be a problem when I go mining. Quarry. Oops. A steam quarry. Steam quarry is what I should get. Steel. Oh, that's right. I did this before. Steel. I need a blast furnace. What is this? Rubber? Okay, so there's rubber. Okay, there's rubber trees out in the wild that I need to go and get. Yeah, I don't do MMOs either. I did a little bit of New World when it first came out, but winter break ended and I needed to get back to classes. What is this? Fruit. All right, I'm looking for a rubber tree. Rubber trees are generally easy to find. Yeah, this is probably it. Nope, that's maple. Rubber. Oops. Oh shit. Shapeless. There we go. Rubber sapling. Great, that's what I need. Pine. That's rubber over there. I imagine there's a rubber tap, right? Yeah, tree tap. Oh, it's wood and stick. Oh, these things have durability. Okay. I'm gonna need a lot more sap if I want to make wires for components. Apricot? Apricot. Oh, you know what I was gonna do earlier? I was going to look on the Croptopia, ouch, wiki. I'm moving so fast. Where to get coffee. That can if there's anything that can benefit from the use of AI in cooking. They made Chef GPT, but it sucks. And it's only a paid service. It's completely dog shit. And it's overpriced. The fact that it even costs money to begin with is bad, but it's, in addition, overpriced. Yeah, all of it. Rubber saplings. You winemaker again? I don't want you. Get out of here. Capital E colon. AI helpful as an assistant. The only AI powered thing that I've used that was actually useful is an AI audio splitter. So this website, you upload a audio file and it'll separate all the bass track, the vocals, the instruments, the drums, and it does a pretty damn good job. But this is the only good thing I've seen AI do that is actually useful for me. Yeah, this thing's amazing. Got it bookmarked. What was he doing? I was putting this twig, fruit. He is also releasing a feature for video to separate audio after recording. That would be very cool. That would be very awesome. Damn. Let's see. I was gonna make a steam quarry. And you make steel, blast furnace. Right? Was that refined iron? Okay. And this rubber. Whoa. A centrifuge. That looks beneficial. Furnace. Is coding. See, I've seen people say that it's absolutely garbage for coding. That it does a bad job. Also, does this work? It does. I don't know. I don't know anything about coding. Oh, it didn't work. I kind of figured it wouldn't. as an assistant and generous templates and test cases quick. Like I couldn't use AI to make like an app then, right? Banana substitution. Damn it. You can't actually? Ah, fuck. Well, I unironically had ideas to use AI to make something for Twitch chat, to make like well, stuff. Oh, there's something to give 6 Arnar. And that just makes 1. Oh no. Shit. Alright. Get some refined iron going. Let's get some bone meal to speed up the process of these rubber trees. Actually, I don't even want any waypoints on. Oof, way up there. There we go, got it. Oh yeah, rubber time. Get it. Come on. There we go. Where'd these animals come from? Where someone tried to generate a rom-com movie script and it sucks, but with a writer to assist and add ideas, actually useful. It's like, I trained this bot to watch 10,000 hours of superhero movies. Here's the result. And it's just the millionth. What's it called? When they start like a superhero movie and then they change it and then they redo it. It's like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and then the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man and then Tom Holland. Like the action of changing universes. What's that called? Reshoots? No, reboots. Yes, reboot. Yep. But the AI just generates another reboot of a franchise. No rubber on this tree? Oh, 1. Oh, 2. Reboot. Yeah, couldn't think of the word. Brain no work. Oh man, we got a tall one. how much is this? 23? That's pretty good. Good for now. Plagiarized it. Yep. Originality is dead. Rip brand new content. It's all AI now. Sap. Okay, refined iron, acquired. We'll get more rubber. The new version, yeah, will suck. Yeah. Already saying is worse than 3? Really? Damn. So much for an AI uprising. Also, all the art AI is being sabotaged lately, like, which is a good thing. Artists are like sabotaging the art data pools so that AI art looks fucking terrible. It's fucking awesome. An art revolution. Metadata. Yeah. Oh, nighttime. Let's see. And it was this and copper. There we go. Yep. Nice. And then... Oh, it is? Oh. How's that work? A rolling machine. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I gotta make a rolling machine before I can... Oh, man. Oh, man. Iron plate. Hammer. Iron. Iron, no. And then it said... Refined iron plate had to be smelted. Oof. This technology stuff is rough. But I mean, that's good. It's a... I like technology. I like it. It's just annoying. What I really like about mod packs is building up little cities. But unfortunately, the mod that lets you build a city isn't on Fabric. Which kind of sucks, but, you know. Oh well. You just do it the hard way. Okay, iron gear. What the fuck, man? I gotta go mining, dude. Oh man, iron bolt. Is that so? only to give you the results. That's why it will suck now. Reddit and other websites not providing any metadata. They can train on their data. So they can't train on the data without permission. Right. Because I know what that means for society. Absolutely. Yep, that's me. Understanding the downfall of society. Too long, didn't read. We're all screwed. That's a lot of work just to make a gear, by the way. That's ridiculous. One, two, three, four. Yeah, Google. So that means people are also... Are you shitting me? I gotta do that. I gotta do that 3 more times. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, I'm sensing with this mod pack, I need to get really good at applied energistics. Because within applied energistics, you can make like servers and shit that will basically craft ingredients for you. But you have to hook up all these wires and bandwidth cables into machines like furnaces and things automatically. So I feel like I could watch what mod version? Oh, don't lag, please. Applied Energistics. This is Applied Energistics 15, version 15. So if I look up a tutorial for, oh, just bonked my desk, for AE215, how to automate machines, if I study that, I can do it. But in the meantime, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then I'm gonna lose my mind and figure this out. But I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I also put some French fries into the little oven. And by little oven, I mean air fryer, but it's not a fryer, and it doesn't fry with air. Mini oven. Conventional oven. Anyway. Missing two. Wait, I'm missing. Yeah, two compressors I need to make. I need two of these. All out of rubber. Like every modded series. Yes, I remember. I don't remember which one, but oh no, it was an Etho mod pack or mod pack playthrough where he automated all the machines and things, and that's how I know about it. Because I am an Etho fan, big Etho fan. And B-dubs. Pretty equally. So I got 6 rubber, which is just enough. Okay. And I got a timer going for when my French fries are done.
Great.
Oh, and I'm all out of water. Captain Sparkles. I watched a lot of Captain Sparkles in early Minecraft era. I was there for Jerry. I was there for the tree. I was a big fan. Let's get to sleeping. Drink some hot chocolate. Oh yeah. There we go. Rubber. Wires. There we go. Make 1 compressor now. What's the thing that I'm missing? Basic machine frame. God, fuck. God damn it. I need a gear. Just... on Twitch for the first time, and he did so many ad reads that I just stopped watching him. What? Captain Sparkles does sponsored ad read streams? Fucking getting that bag, I guess. Oh my god, I need more. I need more rubber. This is nuts. I'm saving all the rubber tree logs so that whenever I get the extractor... This, oh my god, that's crazy. For that many ad reads, you fucking better be making hundreds of thousands of dollars for that one stream. Oh my god. What was I just doing? Bone meal. I'm getting this sapling shit done. Oops. Oops, all berries. Oh, and I can't sprint. Come on, man, I need more sap than that. There we go, 4 for 1 tree. That's good, that's good. Oh, there's a snake over there. Ouch. 1? For that whole giant tree? That's crazy. That's rough. That's cruel. Oops. Okay. Eventually, whatever that machine is, that will let me extract more rubber from those logs. I'm gonna get a whole ton of rubber. But for now, manually doing it is fine. Okay, so. Okay, almost there. Oh my god. There we go. Oh my god. Let me... get some cable running in. Oof, hiccups. Please work. Oh, phew, it attaches. Thank God. Okay, so I need some of these. So that's nickel and copper. Right? Yep. Okay. Right? Yep. 4. I need 2 electric... oh, sheesh. Oh, they make... okay, well, these will probably be used for other things, right? Nope. Sure aren't. These are only used for one machine. in the whole game. Wow. Oh, this. All right. What's the machine to get more copper or rubber? Centrifuge. Extractor. I have so much slime, actually. Wait a minute. That's only 1-to-1. 16 gives 8, and methane and carbon. Oh, that's probably useful in the future. But, centrifuge, huh? Oh, God. A compressor? What? Cold dust? A grinder? Oh, here we go. Oh, coal ore? I need silk touch? Ah! What the hell? Oh, I need to stock up on energy drinks if I want to focus this hard. Holy shit. Oh, here we go. Crushing. Coal. Cold dust. Gimme. Coal. Here we go. While I'm walking by. Keto approved. Alright, crush that coal. Yeah. Yeah, give me it. Give me that stuff. How's my timer on my french fries? 5 minutes? Okay. French fries. Oh wait, this is going by quick. The blue moon rises. You feel lucky. Sure I do. Yay. That is a great house. Oh, it's nighttime. I gotta get off of solar panel. Okay. Carbon mesh for whatever that is needed. Centrifuge. I need 2 of these. Carbon plates get put into a compressor. So to make a compressor, I need more stone. Okay. Let's see. Compressor. Aw, man. This is kind of rough. I would say that once I get a quarry, though, like that's pretty much when you can really start going. Ah, the unluckiest rubber ever. Compressor. Oh, I have to smelt it. Hot chocolate. Don't mind if I do. Oh man, it's so good. It's just pure dopamine. Hello, snake. What do you eat? Do you eat berry? Do you eat my chickens? Do you eat the mouse? Radio. Radio. Huh. I might be interested. And by might, I mean I am. So, yep. Okay, so next. Whoa, don't freeze on me, please. What did I just click? An extractor. It's 1-to-1. Grinder gives wood pulp. So it looks like the oh, there's the timer for my French fries. Let me go get those. I'll be back. It looks like the centrifuge is the one way to go in order to actually get more output. That was very loud, me setting my plate down. I'm sorry. I set it down on my side table, but it was still very loud, I guess. Oops. Yeesh. I need like 5 of these things, like maybe even more. Man. Now we're waiting on rubber. Look at all these trees. Oof, hiccups. Man, I only ate 1 fry. How do I get hiccups? Bullshit. Oop, fall down hole. Ah! Okay. Plant more. Plant more tree. Tree action. Monkers. Oh my god! Zeus is angry. Jesus. Fucking when it rains, it pours. Dog, get inside. There you go. Cozy up next to the campfire. Attaboy. Well, let's do that. Because I can't access my inventory. I am constantly drinking hot chocolate. Right here. Oh, no, over here. More of that. What? Compressor. Oh my god. So you need a compressor for those carbon things. Yep. And then I need 1, 2, 3, Those are tree taps. Oh my god. It's so much rubber that I need. Holy frame rate. This rubber thing is about to become a full-time job. Who's that? Huh. I'm running out of electricity. Woof. It's really chewing through that electricity. There we go. Ridiculous how much I need. Same with iron. Shit, man. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's so much work. Find iron plate. Oof. Ugh. Rubber. Rubber. Oh, man. These crafting trees are almost as complex as Terraria. What the hell? Oh, really? Thought I had more of those. Oh, I turned them into a sapling, that's why. Oh my god, I need one more rubber. This tree's amazing. Oh, oh no. Okay, that was a lot. In one go. That was great. Look at that. 13. Okay. See, advanced alloy plate from the compressor. Advanced alloy ingot. Mixed metal alloy. A few of these I can make. Oh my god, I did that. Oh my god, French fries. Don't mind if I do. No way. Ketchup. Awesome. I don't know how many of these I need, but probably 4 for this machine. Sorry if you can hear me eating French fries. They're so good. At work, they accidentally ordered, well, not necessarily accidentally, but they got a whole bunch of different types of fries to test out which ones we want to switch to. And wait, just one? No. I'm thinking. Sorry. I just need the rubber. So they're swapping to different French fries, and so they got a whole bunch of sample fries, like just bags and bags and bags of sample fries. So, and then when they chose the one that they wanted, you know, they have all this extra fries. So, they sent us staff home with tons and tons of fries. So I've got fries in the freezer. Oh my god, I am so ready to be done with this malarkey. I don't care how much coal I waste, I have thousands of coal. Oof, hiccups. Okay, centrifuge, extractor. Oh, I need the wire. Centrifuge, extractor. There we go. Centrifuge, extractor. It'll use up the used one. That's nice. Centrifuge. Holy guacamole. That was 30 minutes for one machine. Okay. Looking about 4 and get 14. Yeah, 4 and get 14. So, this. I want to know. Fuel, centrifuge, and cells. That makes cells. Tin. Why can't I type? I don't like this. do that. Tin. No tin. Hey. Where'd he go? Hey. Free stuff. Huh? 5. Oh my god. I need just a little bit more tin. You're joking. I gotta go mining. Okay, let me eat more of these fries before I go mining. Yeah. Well, he's trying to sell me drugs, so that's fine. I'm just cleaning. I'm just cleaning up the streets. Clueless. How about and I quote, do one of these elevator. Right. Go downstairs. And small tunnel. Yep. Yep. Right. Just, you know. Good for tin. What does tin ore look like? Tin ore. Platinum, tin, deep slate tin. -64 to 64. Oh, that's useful. So actually it should be like right around here. Nickel, tin. Don't know what that is. Lead. Well, I got enough tin. To make the machine thing. To make the empty cell. Problem is, I don't know how I'm going to empty the cells afterwards. For reuse. Reusification. Ouch. Y11. There we go. Y21. This should be about bedrock. Nope, I lied. Hey, tin. I'm gonna need a lot of you. There we go. Bedrock. So, right there. Get the elevator. And we go back upstairs. There we go. Easy peasy. So this way. And this can be the mine. Alright, let's do large tunnel 3x3. There we go. And just keep on going. Great. Good stuff. That's good enough for now. Shapeless. There we go. Wow. Wait, that was half a stack of diamonds in one vein. Whoa. Look at that, a stack in just a few moments. Gold. Gold? Gold. There we go. Oh, nighttime. Oof, hiccups. Bam. Bam, 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 bam. Lead, silver, tin. There we go. Bam, let that smelt up, and then I can get some cells. French fries. Oops. Okay. Oh my god, this takes forever. Oh my god. What the fuck? $250 Dude, that's four. It's 4.5 minutes. For every 16, I get 8. So that's a 2-to-1 ratio. But then the sap ratio. So I get 28 rubber per 16 wood. Rubber. Not the saplings. So, I mean, that's good. But, like... what the hell? Woof. Okay. Well, I guess I'll let that do its thing. This was all just to make an industrial blast furnace? Okay. Yeah. Industrial blast furnace. Oh my god. Anyway. I need 2 electric furnaces. And I need 2 iron furnaces. 1, 2. 1, 2. I'm gonna go crazy. this crazy woods. Oh yeah, and so I don't even know if I can empty these cells afterwards. Fucking fingers crossed. That's crazy. I know that these things over here are for upgrades. So let's see. What mod pack is this? Tech Reborn. Tech. Reborn. Look for the upgrades. Upgrades. Oh, so... Item draining. Yep. So I'll make an item drain. Item drains can extract fluids from items. Yep. We held item into it. Ooh, we can pump it out into a giant tank. And it outputs the bucket. Ooh, that's so cool. Anyway. How else can I drain it? Oh my god. Come on. Okay, methane and carbon. Methane on the ground. No, my wires. Isn't methane explosive? Okay, these wires are fine. Hold on just a moment. Nice. I can store the methane in my backpack. And the carbon. I cannot. I can do 1, 2. Carbon. What is the carbon used for? Oh, Jesus. Tank of carbon. I don't know. What's carbon as a liquid used for? What? No, don't hit that button. Alright, carbon is actually used for nothing. Fun fact. Oh my god. One, two, three, four. Okay. And then you do... Oh my god, and this is slow as well. Woof. Alright, time to make hella cells. This will give rubber. Right. So 16 wood gives, this should activate once. I said 16 gives 24. Let's see if that is accurate. Yep. Cool. I want it to be working on that, though. Do that. Do that first. And so with the rubber, make hell of that. Oh boy. Good chips. Get an electric furnace. Oh, I don't need the centrifuge. I need 2 electric furnaces. Ideally, actually 3, to be honest. So I can get smelting stuff quickly. Glowstone. I need glowstone. Ooh, it's time for the nether. Because I know for a fact I've used up all my other stuff. All my reserves. Bing bong boom. Oh, oh, oh. It's time for the nether. Oh. Obsidian. 14. Wait. So 3 sides, top, bottom. I do my portals 3x3. And then flint and steel is in my backpack. Oh. Where should I put this thing? How would I put it in one of the ruins over here? 12? That's not right. 3 on the top, 3 on the sides, 3 there. Oh, yep. Yeah, that's right. I just forgot that I'm cutting corners. I want to put it into this right here. Oh, hi, snake. Snake. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bingo bango. Get rid of that. Alright, glowstone. Uh-huh. Right. Oh my god. Hey. That is so loud. No! Oh, it activated again. That's lucky. Come on. Come on. This is awful. Wait, what if I get arrows into my inventory? There we go. Cool. Uh-oh. Get some blocks going. You know what? I should get netherite. Oof, hiccups. Hiccups are ruining my life. Oh. Nice. Cool. All right. A little safe haven. Wow, this is inventory spamming. Hogland sirloin. Ooh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Oh. How could this happen? Ash. Can I pick that up? Nope. Yoink. And I'm out of here. Oh. Nether. Remove. Nether portal exit. Make it purple. Make it pink so it shows up better. Oh yeah. Oh, well, it'll show up better throughout the nether, not just here, but hmm. Hmm. Well, oh no, right over here is where it was before. I'm actually pretty close. I'm curious about this little faded area here. Does that mean it's under the lava or up above? I'd like to find out. How can I cook this so it doesn't make me... What? Die. Whoa. Okay, so what if and I quote, mining tunnel. And I go down. Wait, let me do that another time. Oh. Blistering warts. Ugh. Gross. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, there's rope in the game, right? Yes. All right, here's the plan. The plan is to get rope and some elevators and sort of make something that will let me get down safe. Oh, oh, it's all the seeds I picked up. Okay, let's... Oh, and I forgot my temperature is crazy high now. This, I presume, is... of course. Chunk orders shown. Yep, just keep this whole chunk loaded, please. Thanks. Oh. Protein, berries. Cool. Okay, so with that chunk loaded, that should be working at all times. My bad. I didn't think about it. Ooh, hot chocolate is so fucking good. I'm never gonna stop praising hot chocolate. Rope. Could you not? Tie string together to receive rope. That's pretty good. All right, let's do a little test. Yep, you can climb it. Kind of like a ladder, but... Oh, it doesn't place like Terraria rope. I see. I see. So you can't like just right click at the top and have it go all the way. Yeah. It's still good. It's still useful. Maybe this one? This one's straw. Do I have straw? I might have straw. Oh, hell. I don't. There's a bug in my house. Oh well. Keep going. Oh, do I have ladders? If not, I'm gonna make some, but... I have 9. I don't know how high up I was. I need jungle log. All right, that should be good. Just in case the rope doesn't reach. Oh, I should refill my water. One, two, three, 4, 5. Can't be used in the nether. Alright, let's go. They're angry. Why you have to be so mad? Wrong button. Let's do small tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Oh yeah. Wait. Options. Shader settings, shader pack settings, materials, plumbing, or ancient debris on. Okay, cool. I hear lava. So let's see if some mud packs have lava sponge. Yep. Oh. Oh. Aha. Mm-hmm. 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 Got it. What? That is expensive. I am sensing danger. Okay. So what's... I'm sensing just extreme. Cinnabar ore. Oh, I thought that was ancient debris. Okay. Dude, we're at Y77 at the portal. Okay. Get that lava sponge. Don't I have sponge? I don't! Oh my god, sponge. Did you make it? Oh no. I mean, it gives pufferfish a use, I guess. Gives them purpose. I got messages. Yes. I'm out of water, but I'm not out of hot chocolate yet. I will eventually go and get more. Okay, so cancel on that. Lava sponge. So soul soil. I don't have soul soil even. Huh. Look at the map here. Look at the map. The biggest ocean was at the old place. That was the biggest ocean. Oh, we can go to the underground crypt, actually. Aha! Right here. This. Prismarine bricks. There is an ocean temple over at the underground crypt. Which I meant to go back to, actually, by the way. Now that I think about it. Where is it? Under... Oh. There's stuff here. That's nice. Give me the boat. Yeah, it was south of the crypt. No, sorry, I lied. It was... Where'd the dolphin friend go? It was north of the crypt? North of the crypt, there was an underwater ravine that I wanted to look at. Yeah, it was that little structure right there. Oh, gee, fuck me. Oh. Oh my god. Fuck. That scared me good. Oh my god. Get me out of here. That little tiny little thing was not worth it. It was not worth that fucking heart attack. Oh my god. Okay. North. Oh, that's not an ocean monument. Shit. So, never mind. I will, however, keep looking. Huh. Nothing visible. You know what? I can get a villager to be a cartographer, and you can give me a map to... Semaphore. What? Are placed on poles above train signals. Made a different material. Right. Cool. Trains. I saw her, Hermitcraft do that. That was cool. Hey, can you cut that out? Oh, I've already been here. Take the obsidian, though. Hey! Stop it. Missed. Looking for an underground... Or the ocean temple. Ocean monument. Manta ray. I mean, they glow. They have lanterns like that thing does. So, like, when I encounter one, it should be very obvious. Don't shoot at me. My hot chocolate has turned chocolate. Three and a half hours later. Ouch. No ocean monuments. That's not good. Not very cool. Big manta ray in my way. Big manta ray. That's sand. That's an island. Ooh. Oh. Rope. Free rope, even. A quiver! No way! Fucking awesome. +1 armor. Ooh. People in the ring when +4 frost spell power. Soul spell power. No. No thank you. Take the rope and the rice. This is cool. I will definitely take this thing. Come on. Stop with the drowning. Okay, let's go. Nope, I need those arrows back. Ow, come on, stop that. Ring quiver. So, you have to arrow 3. Cool. Gives me a little bit more space. Still no ocean monument. Let's keep looking. A boat. there anything that says world generation or mob drops? Nope. Not this time. This guy's boat looks a little underwater. Sir, are you okay? I do need string. Oh, there's two of you. Well, I tell you what. You guys are kind of stuck. I had a cartography table. Cartog. Oh, it's just paper and wood. Oh! Goodness. Think of the follow. Poggies. What happened to the Poggies emote? How come all the emotes keep getting deleted off of Twitch.television? Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow. Oop. Frame rate. Come on, video game. You can handle it. Oh. Emerald. Give those back because I got to trade with this guy. Food. Okay, good. I didn't accidentally put food in there. Cartography guys also like paper. Let me bring some with me. Map? I don't have any maps. Bring a map. Okay, now if I go back. Hey, you guys. Get the store out of here because it's about to be a problem. Which one of you? There you are. Empty map. So I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure eventually there's a trade for an ocean explorer map at the apprentice level. Okay, so I need to upgrade them. Oh, I need more paper. Hey, wait. Okay, let's see what you give for the next one. Apprentice. Did I get scammed? I think I got scammed. Hey. Oh. Hey. I got scammed. I got ultra scammed. Bad deal, huh? Kill a villager. Hey. I don't really care. Damn, they just don't upgrade their trades. Okay, so that's stupid. Huh. So you cannot get an ocean exploring map from these guys. Good to know. So I wish I could make it nighttime. Missed. Looking for underwater sea lanterns. Not seeing anything. Hold on. I need my cartography table back. I got super scammed. What the hell? It's pretty bullshit. Hey. You suck. An island. Go south a little bit. Is there a compass for these things? Moonstone compass. Recovery compass. Whoa. Mysterious compass. Honey compass. No. There's no compass that'll take me to an ocean monument. I'm looking. I'm looking on the mini map too. Because the little lanterns at the top of the temple should stick out. Should. They aren't. Huh. Oh, a boat. Sunken ship. Already got one of those. Take that and I'll take the... Oh, the fish are dying. The fish are drowning. Skill issue. I don't like that I can't pick that up. Yeah. About that. Nothing. Keep going. Starting to think that it's not... Oh? That... Oh, it's a manta ray. The white parts of the manta ray made me think that it was a, it was the sea lantern at the top of the temple. But it's not. Also, is this a shark over here? Sure is a hammerhead. Ouch. Look at all those sharks. So, there's that, but not what I'm looking for. You know? I was hoping maybe there'd be some sponge in these. Oh, a totem. What the fuck? I'll take that. Holy. It's better than sponges. For half a second, I thought that was sponge. Little island over here. You know what I should get? Is a nature compass, so I can find a biome super fast. Ouch. Oh, it's raining. Well, if it's dark, I should be able to find it in the water easier. I can't believe neither of those villagers upgraded their trades. Neither one. No, you guys can't be trusted. You won't give me the trades I'm looking for. Whoa. Give me the map. I can't move it, not even with the numbers on the keyboard. It says working. Can't swap it, you can't move it, you can't do anything with it. That's cringe. Okay, let me see what... Oh, this is the jungle? Is this a proper jungle biome? Wait a minute, I can get... My theory was that I... Wait, river biome? Wait, hold on. No. Siri? What the fuck is wrong with you? Who activated you? This is a proper jungle. And this looks like a bad time. Looks like a villager thing. Ouch. If this is a jungle, let me see if there's any form of coffee beans anywhere. Because my theory was that the coffee stuff was... Ooh. Ooh. Was only... Out in a bottle. No way. Flax seeds. That's good. Huh. Whoa. Composite longbow. Onions. Whatever that is. Well, this was good loot. Infinity gauntlet. Cripple in the belt. Man, the heart thing is way better. It's way better than a double jump. Huh. Huh. I was gonna look up on the Croptopia wiki where the coffee seeds are. I figured there's a high chance they're in a jungle biome. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh, this is the one that gives. Yeah, buddy. Gives hella gold. Is this soul soil? Oh my god, it is. Thought I was gonna have to search for forever in the nether. Hey. Oh, we got a big guy. Fall damage. Okay, that's good. What? What? Oh. It's a visual glitch. Ah, wrong backpack button. Okay. What is that? Is that a volcano? Holy. Old Champions Remains is a boss bar at the top of the screen. Oh, it's not a volcano. It's a fig mushroom. Find a mutated mushroom on the Mushroom Islands. Huh. Oh, that's not the remains that I was looking for. That I'd be fighting. Little mushroom village. Old Champion's remains. Where is this boss? Oops. Well, it's not you. Oh, is it down below? Or is it up? No, it's definitely... Wait, if I... Hold on. If I get out of range, obviously the health bar goes away. So I can use that to triangulate where it is. It's definitely this giant mushroom. From all sides, it's this mushroom. So let me go up. Let's see if he's up top. Dude. Crimson Taipei. Oh. Oh. Old Champion's remains, huh? Maybe he's at the top. Nope. Which means that it's down below. Ouch. Yeah, do that. My suspicion that it is down below is dwindling. Alright, it's gonna be dark. Wrong button. Okay, get air. Go down. What a water bucket clutch. Holy shit. Also, that proves that he is not down here. Whatever this boss is. Oh, maybe it's like super duper down below. Yeah. Let's find out. Should just let that go for a minute. Oh, never mind. Okay, well, you know, diamonds, but Void Blossom is now a health boss bar at the top of the screen. I would like that diamond, please. Void Blossom. I'm looking. Let's do Shapeless. And let's get torches. Let's get... Oh, I lost my bed. This is called Void Blossom. Before I find what this is, and I can see it on the map, I'm gonna take a restroom break. So I'll be right back. Okay. I also started brewing up some more hot chocolate. Let's figure out whatever the hell this is. Mix up. up? It's up. Oh. No! Quick. No, they're gone. No, I got them. Where is this thing? Is it down? Yep, it's down. Oh. Oh! Oh, man. $400 and something odd health. Okay. I understand. That looks random. Alright. Do a little bit of attack, run away. I mean, that's not doing a whole lot of damage, but... Ooh. Oh! I'm poisoned. Where's my big boy meals? Where's my big boy meals? I have no food all of a sudden? I have no food. Wait, what? It's kind of not doing all... Oh, it's regenerating. How do I get it down? Get this shit out of here. Oh. Hindsight. That should have been obvious. What is it called? It's called Void Blossom. Yeah, you're done. Like, why wasn't it taking damage? Oh yeah, this is way easier now. It's regenerating from something. Oh, it rebuilds everything. Oh, this is so good. I understand. I wish I didn't run out of food. Ouch. There we go. Dead. Whatever the fuck this thing is. Dead. Void thorn and crystal fruit. Yummy. Glow squid. Glow squid's a food? Nice. I want that back. Thank you. Well, that was cool. That was fun. Oh, there's a chest over there. Oof, hiccups. Oh, and a spawner. Why is there a spawner? No building blocks. Is that a spider? Whoa, mechanical short bow, music disc 11, orange color module. I don't want that. Mana steel. Stall, we got the best one. Let's go. Lime helmet, explosion resistance. That would have been nice a moment ago. Cool. This was cool. However, Old Champion Remains is still existent up on the radar. I went in through the water. That's right. Yeah. Not sure where. Not lower, which means it is higher. Whatever it is up. That was really cool. I didn't know there was bosses underground like that. What is this from? Bosses of mass destruction at boss. Not many, huh? Ender, staff of suppression. Old Champion's Remains. Dude, there's so much shit. Get motion sick. Okay, so first of all, me being out of food is strange. Want to find what the fuck is over here. Accidentally turned off all the shaders, so I'm gonna toggle them back on, but it's gonna lag a second. Oh, wow, that was really fast. Actually. Oh shit, I've gotta get that totem back. Oh, my helmet broke. No way, my turtle helmet. No. Man. Okay, what the fuck happened to my food? I've got very little amount of food right now. Hmm. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, of course it did that. What broke now? Just get me out of here. You got baby jail. No, my pants. My pants. Where the fuck are these remains? Old Champion's remains. This grass structure looks a little bit too square. Son of a bitch. This isn't a dungeon? It's perfectly square. Yeah, I knew it. Let me in. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, you square up too, pal. Whoa, he broke my back. Oh, well, let me get out of here. Hold on. How's a photo? How's a photo? Well, good news is that this guy doesn't seem to be healing himself. You missed. Oh, I'm slowed. Oh. You shield bash. This guy's weak. Your moves are weak. Block. Frenzied Shade. Holy shit. Hey, you cut that out. Let me pick up that sword. Wait. Where is he? Oh, he goes through walls. Oh, I hit him and I'm withered. Does he not exist in the light? I bet you can't. Oh, is it glitched? I think it's glitched. Because my wither is at 0. I bet it glitched out. Let me relog. See if that fixes it. Drink my water. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Question mark. Nope, here we go. Well, no. I think this guy's gone. This boss? I think he's gone. Actually a shame. I wanted to... Oh, there we go. He's back. Oh. He's just in the wall. Whoa. I'm gonna die. Yep. Oh, I have my pickaxe. I see. Not my diamond armor. If I can help it. Yeah, let's get the armor that gives me health. And my superfoods, please. Health. Do I have any other pants? I do. These ones. And speed. Alright, cool. I have not enough XP. Oh, this game looks shitty without shaders. Alright, let's get 1 XP level. There we go. What? Did you like the wheat? No. Alright, let's go. Oh, I need a shield. Alright, let's go. Oh, wait. The items fall to ground. Wait. Go, 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 go. Hold on. Can't have items falling on the ground here. Let's just fucking empty these backpacks incredibly quickly. And I will go through them another time. I'll go through the items later. Silk touch. Silk touch pants. Okay, let's go back. You missed. One or two more hits. His health bar is gone, but I still hear him, obviously. This boss seems really glitched out. You go... Go up here. Yeah, look at him. Helmet's gone. Oh, there's several of them. What the fuck? I can't even see what's happening. Insomniac. Data leak. Don't they do single player games? So he's 34 out of 200 health. Oh. Damn. Till 2030. Holy shit, that's a fucking long way away. I refuse to believe that I defeated that boss. Simply considering the fact that I didn't get anything. So, did you go back down here? Still got Wither. Wait, the minimap. There's no... enemies. There was like... Oh, yeah, don't fucking give them money. Damn, that fucking sucks. Weren't they already in the progress of a Wolverine game? I feel like I remember that being like announced like on purpose. I'm a little upset that the boss there didn't have any reward. I'm kind of in disbelief that there was actually genuinely no reward. Oh, gameplay even. Damn. That's a fucking massive blow. I think if I relog into the world, surely the boss will come back. Charlie's talking about it. Ugh, rip. 07 to the Insomniac team. But props for not folding and giving him 2 million. Fun fact, I still haven't beaten the Miles Morales or Spider-Man 2. Haven't beaten them yet. Yeah, the boss is gone. So, this area is done. That was cool. What was I looking for, though? I was looking for an ocean temple. Surely I'll beat it someday. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. When I'm in the mood to play the games, you know? When I'm in the mood for it. But lately I'm in a Minecraft mood. Ouch. Motion cow. You know what that is? That's infinite food. Hey, village clueless. Do you guys have... What are you? Trades or wizard? Well, these guys are running quick. We're on the prowl. No food in here, huh? You guys have a cartographer. Wouldn't that be cool if this village had a cartographer? Wizard tower. Frost rune. Rune crafting. Okay. Take that. I'll take your runes. The budgets for the games too? Oh no. That's crazy. How does this happen? That's crazy. Are they keeping this all in a single Google Doc? Like what the... That happened. I do not think there's a cartographer here. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you what will happen is Marvel takes away their permission to do anything with Marvel. And then all the things that were leaked get canceled. I bet you that's what's gonna happen. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, Sony. I climbed this whole thing for there to not be a chest. Oh, right here. Yeah. Speed. I like speed. Speed's good. Plus 15% speed. Oh, this one's 25% speed. Woof. Where is the warp totem? To the village. Give it up. I will find it. Woof. It keeps getting worse. I imagine they're gonna catch the hackers and put them in jail, though. I imagine. Like, they've got to. Yeah, I imagine he didn't want to mention that private data was leaked to a large audience, you know? Damn. Oh, 07 and to the fucking extreme. I would like any and all gunpowder. Ooh, and bamboo. Working. Buried treasure. Concept arts. Okay, well that's good. That's a bit better than all of it. Ooh, that is cool. I'd play the fuck out of that. Okay. This has really done not a whole lot. Oh, I forgot to right click and add it. Oh no. No wonder. No wonder it hasn't been working. Uh, protein. Protein. That's probably protein. Vegetable. Torches. Okay, let's get the bows. Put the mushrooms out into the field, actually. Oops. Who put that spider in my pen? How could that happen? Woof. Do some... Who put... What? Get out of here. Some arrows in the quiver. Right. Okay, so let's look at these bows. Oops. Which is the best bow of these three that I've found? Actually, also these ones that I have in reserve. So 20% speed. Projectile damage. 0.88 second pull time. .13 projectile damage. So I think my current crossbow is still the best. Out of these ones. Okay, inventory's empty. Backpack is pretty empty. Let's refill on water. Ouch. Okay. Let's get my spyglass back in my possession. And then let's look and see what that loot was that I got. So it was some sort of sword. What kind of sword was it? Oh, I have a totem of undying? Whoa. I'll recognize the sword when I see it. Right here. Massive attack damage during the night. Night Stalker. 1 attack damage. That can't be right. Oh, well, it says massive attack damage during the night, so... Wait for nighttime, I guess. And then use it. In the meantime, let me go back to the ocean. Oh, I need a boat. I'll just make one. Okay. So it's west and south, southwest. I bet you it's over on that, over there. Seems pretty close by. Whoa. What was that? I think it might be springtime. Or no, fall. It's fall. I press F3, does it say? No. This is going to be the easiest treasure find ever, by the way. Let's watch this. Yep. Huh. These things can be used in place of wool. That's very funny. Oh, don't want that. What is this? Cool. Good treasure hunt. Still looking for a ocean monument though. Oh my god, a plate of fries. Don't mind if I do. Ocean monument. Sorry, that crunch was really loud. Oop, almost missed this. Feather falling 3 on a fishing rod? I don't know what that one, pal. Spearfishing 5. 10 projectile damage. Alright, hold on. 13. So this does 10 damage at nighttime. Versus 12 for this sword. So this is a garbage. Oof, hiccups. Oof, I'm gonna die. Dude, where's the ocean monuments? The ocean temples. Those things are massive and they're everywhere in vanilla. And they're very obvious to find when you have shaders on. Also, if that's a jungle to my left, I need to explore this. I'm gonna pull up the Croptopia wiki. Croptopia wiki. Search coffee. Wait, what? Hold on. There's coffee in Croptopia, right? Yeah. It just says Y78. They have to be in the Control F coffee. In the jungle in summer. Okay. So yes. In the jungle. Which I don't think this is anymore upon getting closer to it. Y78 roughly. Broccoli. This grapefruit. Coconuts. Those are bananas. Two bananas. Rice. Peanut. Ooh, I can make peanut butter sandwiches. That'll be so good. Reaping berries. Whoa. Coffee bean. These guys aren't worth fighting, by the way. Kumquat. Nice. Bamboo creeper. Oh. Cinnamon. Cinnamon sapling. Okay, pal. Come on. More kumquats. This is cinnamon, huh? One cinnamon sapling. Mango? Mango. 11 mango. Dates. This is a sparse jungle, it says. Yeah. So what about a real jungle? Vanilla. Ooh. really looking for coffee here. Hold on. Text message. Who allowed these animals to be here? Peanuts? You... Howard. Yeah, you guys fight each other. Hey, did he drop a record disc? That'd be cool if he did. Sure did. Cool. So, in this quote-unquote sparse jungle, there is no coffee. Green onion. Gone. Pineapple. None. Zilch, nada, nothing. No coffee. Nice. Vanilla coffee. Let's fucking go. This is huge. I got coffee. Let's go. Peanut. Garlic. Banana. Give me the banana. Make my orchard. Dragon fruit? No way. Coffee? Yeah, so as long as I get 3 of anything, I can, like, of the fruit from the trees, I can make a sapling, a fruit sapling. Oof, and, have an orchard. Awesome. So now to get jungle saplings. Got 6, which will give me a fig tree at the least. Eight, so that's 2 big trees. What is that? Figs. All right. Get back to the ocean with my boat. Ouch. Lizard. Coffee. How many times did I pass coffee before I finally realized we found one? What's this? 900 blocks. That way. Uh-huh. Yep, there sure is. Looks like some more mansions over there, though. Yeah, I'm cool like that. A water bucket challenge for fun. Oh, that's right. I had hot cocoa brewing. Here. Allow me to pause a moment and go and get it. I'll be right back. Put my plate of fries down and I go get my hot chocolate. And I topped off my cat's water bowl while I was out there. Doing good deeds. Taking care of the kitty cats. Drinking this magnificent hot chocolate. Oh my god. Makes me so happy. You know, I don't know if water temples exist in the mod pack. They might have been removed and replaced with like a dungeon, like or something crazy and goofy. Missed. What? Oh, shit. Yeah, this is different. Whatever the fuck I'm looking at over here, this is different. Unless this is like an upgraded one. This looks huge. and scary. And mahusive. As soon as I get off this boat, it's gonna... This is without a doubt a boss fight zone. Let's get this desert one. Is there a middle block? There sure is. Ocean Temple 1. Cool. Alright, let's go home. Unload our gear. Cool. Most of this is just food. That's not food. So fruit, fruit, fruit. Fruit, fruit, fruit. Fruit, I guess. Cocoa beans are an ingredient. Coffee all gets turned into seeds so that I can make coffee faster. Protein. This is an herb. An herb. Seeds go in there. Need a new shield. Fruit, fruit. Fruit, 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 fruit. Coconut or fruit. It's just a storm. Peanuts are protein. That's good. Oops. We got rice, cocoa beans, sugar cane, buried treasure map, bollocks. I kind of like the storms. They're cozy. Blood moon rises and sets immediately since I went to bed. I'm very funny. Cinnamon, bone, bowl, totem remnant, stick, tool, rope. Actually, give me all the rope. Because this rope I know is the right kind. Keep that in my tools. Retire that. Put that away. Keep that. Spearfishing 5 is crazy. What does that mean? Kills with a thrown trident may catch a fish. That's crazy. That enchantment is on the wrong tool. Shield. Yep. Refill the water. Five out of 5. Let's go. Ocean Temple. Let's see what's up. Yep, there it is. Okay, so that thing is pre-made for a that underwater thing. So let me Nautilus. Heart of the Sea. Conduit. Get this. Oh, I'm out of XP. XP. In that case, let me bring doors. And get a new axe. Let me just get a new one. Let me bring way more food. Borscht. Oh yeah, baby. Good stuff. And then frizz. Marine. Mining fatigue. Oh, buckets. Let's do hella milk. What do you got for me today? Mushroom Village map. You know what? No, but if you can someday come back and provide me with an ocean temple map, that would also be cool. Let me hit him with a burrito, and I get some XP. Okay, that's all I get. Oh, look at that. We've got our first cow death. I mean, farm. I mean, nothing. So, conduit, prismarine. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. Bollocks. Move that back. Put that up one. Alright, conduit. Conduit power. Beneficial. Ooh. But I can drink milk. I'm stuck in a wall. Okay, I've got stuck in this shit. Got one sponge. Great. I've got a few sponge. Great, that's what I came for. Fish are flapping along. Okay, so confirm that this is where the treasure is. Score. Come on. Get out of the current. And there we go. Conduit power is kind of hog. And the fact that whatever this temple is has sponge just lying around. Very cool. I quite like that. However, where is the next one? Let me oh, look at the manta rays. Let me find and kill. Oh, there's a ship down in here. Isn't that cool? Oh, look, it goes down like this. Oh, boy. This is cool. I just hope the conduit reaches the whole temple. This is so cool. Dude, imagine emptying this thing out and living in it. fucking awesome? These little things. Oh no, have I reached dead end? Reached dead end land. No! Let me use my gamer intuition. Damn. Okay. Okay. This is so cool. I swam faster. Eat up some good. Oh yeah. Guess I don't need the doors for the air trick. Oh, Guardian. Ocean's Delight. That's a food? Fucking don't mind if I do. Oh man, we got music going. There's a sand dollar that you can't pick up. Hold on, sorry. This music is banging. Oh, there's a hammerhead shark down here to join me. Are you hostile? Oh. There's one of these things down here. But these are unlucky to start, by the way. There we go. Glass and some diamond chest down there. So these blocks you can't break anyway. They're like bedrock. But you extra can't break them with underwater mining fatigue. This one's a stingray. Wait, that's for Steve Irwin. That one wasn't a manta ray. Oh my god. I was taking a sip of hot chocolate and this guy came around the corner. I'm stuck. Okay, so there is another big guy around. The blood moon rises. Oh, how unfortunate. Dude, there's so much sponge in here. Look at this. A little 1x1 hole. The big guy down here? He isn't, but there is sponge. Oh, another... Oh, he's got to be behind this. Oh, this is to the outside. Holy shit, it's so pretty. I wasn't being attacked. Where's the big guy? No, it looks like this is damage. Like underwater damage to the temple. Hey, where the fuck is the big guy? I'm gonna get all this sponge. Do not get me wrong. What? I get a trident? That's so cool. A little pedestal. As if I won something? That's awesome. Bet I'm lost. Oh. No. Is this the same one? Yeah, it is. Okay. The fish are drowning in the water. Sip of hot cocoa. Hey. Imagine this whole thing emptied out. What am I stuck on? That's so cool. Okay. Hey. Let's look at this mini map. Right, where is big guy? Frankly, don't see him. I do hear heartbeat though. Okay, I see him. He's to my right. Go down? No. So, just to keep track of all the ones I've been down, how about I break these always? I feel like that would be a good way to keep track. I hear them. Yep, right here, buddy. Nice. Score. Oh, I got the sponge. I was gonna say I didn't pick it up. Alright, mining fatigue is gonna go out in a few seconds. And I will be able to get all this sponge. This is up? What? swim down. What's down here? That requires an elevator, a one-way water elevator. Is there extra treasure down here on the bottom floor? The bottommost floor, mayhaps even. No. Dude, this place is huge. First of all, sir, you're attacking me through the wall. I proclaim bullshit. Okay. My armor's taking a fucking pounding. We're gonna find sponge quick. Oh, I got dolphin power. Dolphin power. Okay, so I've looted this whole tunnel. And there was nothing. The blood moon rises. That's nice. Come on, don't do that. Oh no. Huh. What if I leave? Where's the escape? Right here. What if I leave and come back with a diamond hoe? Oh. Cool. Ooh, hiccups. Okay. The quest for sponge. Wonder if I can pump the water out of it. That'd be cool. I want a total on how much sponge I'm gonna get here. Oh, is kelp food? Kelp. F3H. Diet vegetables. Sure is. Sure is. Hashtag diet. Oh. Interesting. This diet ingredients. Oh, the rice, the mushroom. I know that those are food. Maybe? Oops. Diet vegetables. That's crazy. Diet grains. Okay. Got my hoe. Go back. Oh yeah. Instant. No enemies have spawned in quite yet. I'm gonna get so much sponge. Shit. I was thinking I should put a block next to these tunnels that I've already gone down and explored. You know? Like these lanterns. Oh, I'm getting so much sponge. Alright, that's all for this little area. Hey, bud. Already gotten that little tunnel. Ooh. This is the big open area. But I know there's a few sponge around and about. Redstone geode. Ouch. Hey guys, cut that out. It's not cool. Oh, are these? Oh, I thought I could. Oh, I'm in baby jail. Fucking flippy flap sound. This is so cool. This would take hundreds of hours to drain, by the way. Mind you. There's gotta be some sort of loot, right? No? I hear fish. Really? No. Oops. I kind of want to leave this. I kind of want to preserve this. I wish there was more sharks, actually. That'd make this a lot harder. this one done. This is where that gold was that I got. I have a feeling that shipwreck there kind of messed things up pretty good. Messed up the generation. Oh. Crowd control wasn't on that whole time. It crashed. Probably because I relogged into the world. Oops. My bad. Oopsie. Easy fix though. This is so cool. You got copper pipes going everywhere. Copper in general. Like, this is cool. Oh, let me down. Drop held item. You're joking and smoking. Went up into the bubble column. I'm gonna get so lost. Food. Thank goodness for this water-breathing conduit, though. Like, holy. That is essential for this. And I'm kind of realizing how fucking useful that conduit is after how many years it's been in the game. Like, 6? Yeah. I could, but that would be, like, really obnoxious and tedious, and I'd have to... Oh, it leads out right here. Oh. This is the pedestal. Okay, so then... Get me this way. Oh, something broke. Chest plate. It would be really tedious, and it would... be obnoxious to break underwater, too. Especially when the mining fatigue was up. Oh my god. This conduit made it fucking easy. Ouch. Okay, so that was this one. Done. Slime blocks. Oh, something else broke. Oh. Oh, I get it. That's smart. That's smart. I can do that in vanilla next time. Okay, I don't think I've been to this one. I would have remembered this. Okay, read the top left of the screen. It says diamond crystal. This is a budding diamond. Oh my god. Oh my god. Diamond. What? Is that ready to harvest? Holy shit, it is. What happened to the Pagman emote? Which emote service is down? Okay, so that one wasn't full. Let me Dude, what? Let me get these things all exposed to air block. Yep. That works. Oh, there it is. Okay. Dude, every stream, there's some emote that's gone. Extension was not working. Every stream, there's some emote that's just gone, inexplainably. And, it is annoying. Like, whether, they removed the emote off of the service, or, like, you know, 7TV is down, or BTV is down. Like, there's always something not working. It's not auto-completing. The fact that there's a diamond geode is fucking crazy. And I'm going to... Oh, come on, get out of here. Cut off. No, I can't. You can't mine the budding geode block. Unfortunately. But what I am going to do is I'm going to clean this place up and make this fucking amazing. Get some light down. It looks like these are the lowest ones. Gotta get this water out of here. Okay. There we go. Do that. It just exposed the... As many as these sides are exposed to air as possible, the faster that they'll grow, you know? So... What is this? Lapis. Ooh, I need andesite. But if I can fill in all these holes and get this pretty and cleaned up, I can set my waystone here and I can come back. I can get diamonds whenever I want. God dang it. What are these called? Budding diamond. Whoa, there's fucking a few of them. Pluck drop. With silk touch. Okay, so normally you can't. But it looks like you can. And this mod pack, they buffed silk touch. Okay, that's fucking awesome. Which means if I get silk touch, I can take these home and lay them out in a way that is extremely profitable for me. Each one says budding diamond, and it doesn't look like it's deteriorating in quality like how the Certus quartz ones do. The Certus quartz ones, they start out great, and then they degrade over time as it grows. But if I can just get silk touch, holy shit, this would be huge. I never have to mine for diamonds again. Let me get this. Great. Holy hell. Let's go back up here though. And go and get the last bits. So those ones are done. Ouch. Ouch. That one's done. Oh. And this was the one I just went down. So I think all of them are done. I think I've explored everywhere. Yep. Wait, I actually didn't get far into this tunnel, did I? Before I found that little cave. Yeah, I didn't get far. Oh, this was that one. Holy manta rays. I don't think there's any more sponge. Oh my god. Holy stuffed. Oh my god. Fiber, more ingredients. Cool. All right. So that's that. That is the Ocean Temple. I got like a stack and I'm one short of a stack and a quarter. Come on, there has to be one sponge somewhere, right? Surely. Game wouldn't tease me like that, right? no. That's fucked up. That's messed up. How could they? Oh, shark. I wish the sharks attacked. Where's the exit? Right here. Oh. All right. Good amount of stuff. And that is what I was looking for. Was this giant ocean thing. Cool. Let's go south and see what biome that is. I'm hoping for, yeah, it looks like a savanna biome. I'm hoping for a desert at some point because I want some cactus. Because there will be things that I will need cactus for. In addition, I would like whatever local crops are in this biome. Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh, I'm in trouble. Generating new land. Oh my god. Oh, let me do that. That's gonna make things so crazy. You never know when you need to die. Hi CJ. Welcome in, welcome in. You just missed me conquering a ocean temple. But not just an ocean temple, a super buffed up ocean temple. This just in. Does Bruno Mars? You know the rest. Where's my boat? I'll just die. Was that a mini boat? Oh, it's a mini boat. Oh, let me up. Oof, hiccups. Oh shit, this is not quite a savanna. What? Hops. Oh, I can make beer. Junk, junk, junk. What is this? A yam? After the events of Black Ops 2. So, would you say that that would be Black Ops 3? The one that's already out? And came out in 2015? Round-based zombies is coming back. They took away round-based zombies? They took that away. No? Yes. Yes. There's mobile delay. Elefante. And boars. Oh, and a rhino. I bet I'm gonna get charged. Rhino. Look at him. He's so big and happy. Open world zombies. If I had anything in my stomach to throw up, I would. What the hell? Dude, they really made sure that, Modern Warfare 3 was the worst Call of Duty to ever be made. They fucking made sure of it. Jesus Christ. That's insane and disappointing. Another rhino. But hey, look, a desert with cactus. I'm looking for normal cactus. But I'll take this other weird cactus too. Maybe. It's just normal cactus. How about I get real cactus? That looks like real cactus. Cactus, Minecraft. Let's go. We take that, we take that. Nope. Okay, now what if I found a savanna biome? Hmm? What, Fennec Fox mod. So, let me... Because I've been looking for forever. Minecraft mods. You can find them in the desert. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I'm looking for just a normal desert. Normal desert biome. Shit. First of all, this is cool. Little islands. A palm shrub. Yeah. Keep shooting. Another jungle biome. Holy. Is that a mesa biome? Oh, this area is awesome. Yo, wait a minute. The warm ocean desert. It just said normal desert biome. Oh, dude. This is it. I'm gonna get a fox. I need to go home and get the lucky rabbit's foot from the inventory. From the computer. Ooh, big snake. Are you friendly or hostile? King snake. And then, what's this one? Stand still. Quit running away. Python. Ooh. This desert biome is actually really small. And there's no fennec fox. This is an outrage. I am upset. Maybe I leave and come back. Opium. Huh. Oh, this is Big Boy Dungeon. Ghost. Oh man, this tiny little actual desert biome, not large enough to spawn a fox. Damn. I'm gonna check out this tower though. And that jungle. It's a fucking tumbleweed. Who's making it? Not only is who making it, but who made Modern Warfare 3? Was it Sledgehammer Games? Because Black Ops Cold War wasn't awful. It was just all right. What the fuck? This is crazy good. Let me... Don't do it. I have so many, tridents. Okay. Let's go back. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna put a waystone down and no expectations is best. By large and far. See, here's a good example of going into a game with no expectations. Alright. 2013, E3. A little indie dev company announces a game. What game am I talking about? No Man's Sky. I see the game, I fall in love. It looks awesome. It's everything I want in a video game. Fast forward 3 or 4 years. Game comes out. A lot of people are upset. They're like, this game is nothing that they promised. And it's like, well, you fucking overhyped yourself, dingus. Good going. Meanwhile, I went into it with 0 expectations for 3-4 years. Internet historian video? What's that? I need a mob farm is what I really get the fuck off my screen. Is what I really need. Ouch. What broke? I have no armor. I gotta get out of here. Home. No. I have not seen that. Oof. Okay. I will seek it out though. Just put all this stuff away. Oops. All berries. Oof. Look at all this. That can stay. Guardian. Can I eat this? Nope. I will add this to my watch later. The Engoodening of No Man's Sky. Here's the thing. No Man's Sky released, you know, August 2000 something. I get the game, like, I get the game for myself for my birthday. And I play the fuck out of the game. Like, the absolute fuck out of that game. Despite it being quote unquote lackluster. I was happy with it. I was content. I was ecstatic that I had a space game. Sorry, I can only think or talk. Here we go. That's good. And I played the game. Because the PlayStation 4 had like you could live stream from the PlayStation 4. I did that to I think Twitch, and I did like a 30-hour live stream. 30 hours straight of playing No Man's Sky on the launch day. I was so happy with the game. And you know, after a few days, everything came out saying, "Oh, the game sucks. The game's terrible. It's awful. Everybody, we got scammed. We got a ripoff. This is the biggest heist in video game history." And I'm still playing the game, having a blast. I was so happy. And eventually, I went back to school. You know, at the start of fall, and I would say before I sort of stopped playing for a good while to really focus on graduating high school. I had to have had over 300 hours in the game before, like, within the first, like, few months of the game coming out. And if I look at my Steam hours since then as well, I'm sure it's like insane. But they've been updating it so much that I can't exactly like keep up. Can't keep up with all the updates. Like, I still haven't like built a base because I'm a nomad and I have to find the perfect place to build the base, you know? Wet sponge. How about I do this over here? I'm a little worried about it falling down across over the edge. Come on. There we go. Age is getting to you. You are not older than me, and I promise that. Nobody on this website is older than me. Yeah, I played slower games. Hey, I have a great game to recommend to you, CJ. Have you ever heard of a little indie game called Minesweeper? It's fucking great. Where's my food? Oh, hell no. I don't get the bowls back from that meal? Are you kidding me? Oh, no bowls go into the making of that food. Okay, so that's fine. Um, I'm not going for this. Okay, anyway, I have my sponge. Okay, so the past 3, maybe 2.5 hours, have been looking for a water temple to get sponge. And then that water temple turned out to be huge, and I got a whole ton of sponge. Just so I could make lava sponge. Holy shit. I wonder if this gets destroyed by lava. It's just a skill issue, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, skill. Yeah. These and the... Yeah. So... I should probably just have a chemical dumping hole. Oh, that works. That works actually incredibly well. EPA, don't look at that. Actually, before you do that, do all the rubber first. All the sap first. Yeah. Woof. Okay, anyway, those 2.5 hours were spent getting sponge so that I could get lava sponge so that, I could, let's see, ladder. So I could get ladder. And, let's get cobblestone. Let's get hella cobblestone. And because this is a dangerous task, I'm gonna put all my goodies into here. I'm gonna go in with nothing but an iron pickaxe. And a lava sponge. Oh, and I guess some food. I'll take some macaroni with me. Oh, actually, I'll take bread. Bread. Pepper. Cabbage. Actually, before I go into the nether and do something crazy, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I will be right back. Okay. Let's see, let's see. All right. Let's go. Let's get the task done. Oof, I'm already almost out of hot chocolate. Yep. Yep, boring. Okay. So. I hear skeletons. Right. Okay, what I don't want is a ghast. Right, of course. Ghast are bad. This is stupid, by the way. I heard an explosion somewhere. I don't know how I'm not catching fire. Why isn't it? Nope. Nope. Let's hope. Let's hope that this doesn't burn. Oh, look at that. I would say most all VTubers need to get a new shtick. You know? Like, almost every single one is like some form of like furry anime thing. And, sort of all the models, all the VTubing models look incredibly similar, if not like the same, but with like minor differences of like the hair color or something like that. There's not a whole lot to differentiate them, you know? I don't know how that just worked, but it should be dogs. That'd be different, at least. You know? I'm really focusing on not dying. Uh-huh. Hololive, basically. I do not know what that is. The VTuber community. No idea. You're saying things that are not words. You are fabricating information. Smile. Smile. There we go. So, just really quick, like, if you happen to look over at the mini-map, you will see that there's some sort of dungeon nearby. At least they're real in my head. No, but for real. Ugh, this is miserable. Okay, bedrock. Okay, let's not do that. I know it's dark down here, but let's go up one. Great, not great. It's a little 3x3 action. Great. There is now a safe way all the way down. All the way down. Let's do large tunnel 3x3. You can just mine like that. So this will be a good way to get netherite. And actually, netherite. No, it's called ancient debris. So it's really around Y16. Okay, well in that case, I'm at Y5, 7, 9, 10, 15, 16. Oh shit. Alright, there's one more. There we go. All right. I just want to get this little spot cleared out. Shit. Yep, exactly for that reason. All right, but mostly this is good. This is safe. Oink. Ouch. Oh, I'm just dehydrated. Shit. I don't have a pickaxe. Alright, let's go. Oh, it's the winemaker. Oh, it's fall time. The grass is a different color. Something I could... Yeah. Alright. So this sponge, how do I get the lava out of it? Oh, just with a water bucket. Put the hoe back. Put the pepper on the shelf. Let's see. Cool. Oh, and I gotta drink water. Why can't I move? Oh my god, there's a bird in my house. I'm too deep in the lore to let the hobby die. 07, we lost a good one. Rip. In game. No. 07, we lost you to the weebs. I desperately need a mob farm. Can I make a mob spawner? Nope, sure can't. Right? Not discovered the recipe yet. Overworld generation. Oh. Your most common at Y minus 40. Ooh. Whoa. Wow, the chance percentage is actually so small, though. No wonder I haven't seen one. Shit. Well, what was that? It was affix. And it's simple reforging table. Gem dust. I hear the bird inside my walls. They're going crazy. Hey, can you get out of my house? Thank you. Thanks. Puppy dog, who hurt you? Don't let them do that again. Camel meat. Sit down. There you go. Keep safe. Okay. So this gem dust. What? You need gem dust to get gem dust. An anvil block fall on top of it. Let's get one that's really trash. Like this one. There we go. Oh, it's one per. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, and then you... Oh, okay. I understand. Let's get another bucket. Just need a lava bucket. Okay. Super easy. Real quick, just in and out. And then I'll have a crystal smashing device. Just real quick. Just, as you know, real quick. Cool. Oink. Oink, oink. Wham bam, sham-a-lam. What time is it? 7:30? It ain't even that late. It's raining. Look at all these rubber trees. Look how much rubber I can get from them. Salvaging the table. Breaks down affix items into rarity materials. Ooh. Hey, where'd that, Ugh. Table. Give me that. Oh, I need dust in there, don't I? Oops. Doesn't say anything about it, so... Interesting. Salvage and results. 1 to 2 mysterious scrap metal. I don't want... So why don't I do that on my mystery weapons? I would never. Attack. So this thing sucks, by the way. It's garbage. We can get rid of that. Spell infinity, garbage. Garbage. Does it get rid of the weapon? Like entirely. Yes. Mysterious scrap metal common. That has no affixes. Okay. Okay. I think I understand. Let me put the weapons that don't get affixed into there. No. Attack. So let me see. I would not do a scythe. Storm's Edge looks like it's good. So won't do that. That also looks good. Like these ones that are higher rarity, keep those. Lifesteal. Ooh. Does just entirely get rid of it. Arcane Sands. Epic. Damage. Ooh. Purple. Was that from Zenith? It was. Arcane Sands. If I type fits in, it shows me all the jail crystals. Gem cutting. Whoa. Use gem dust and rarity metals to re-roll affixes. Whereas simple reforging is re-roll. Oh, simple? Wait. Max rarity, rare. And then... rare ingot. Oh, max rarity, mythic. Oh, I understand. Okay. So then I really should be collecting all those weapons from those dungeons. Hmm. I'm gonna make the radio. Pretty good. Hope it's not copyright. Fucking praise. Suck. Caramel. Oh, I need to get cheese going. Cow in a jar. Jar. This is multi-block kitchen. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Can you shut up? Open a jar. Looking for blockheads. Looking for blockheads. Cow in a jar. Drop an anvil on a cow who is standing on top of a milk jar. Okay. Milk jar. The future is now. Milk stored. He's providing milk. Who put the cow in the jar, man? Oh, that is foul. gonna drink water while I watch this fill up a little bit. Good stuff, that water. That's crazy. All right, can I make cheese now? What? How do I make cheese? The most basic of cheese. Oh, not that cheese. Not. Ham and cheese. Ooh. How do you make cheese? Grilled cheese. Cheese Croptopia. Milk and salt. Soy milk. Milk. Cheese. Okay, there we go. I can make cheese because this has at least 1,000 of that. Alright, so how do I make salt? Oh, no. Salt. Oops. Salt is one of the default things here. Yeah. I want just all the salt in the fucking world. Keep making salt. I'm spam clicking right now. Yeah, there we go. I could take those out. That'd be a really fast way to just spam get fresh water. By the way, the next little project here is going to be a mob farm. Oof, because holy shit, I need XP. Look how much this is broken. Oof, hiccups. So I feel like if I build it over the ocean, that'll be best. I can make a cake. Dude, I love this mod so much. Ooh, banana cream pie. Mashed potatoes. Ooh. Oh, I love this. This just brings me so much joy. Yeast, crafting ingredient. Oh, with mushrooms. Oh. All this food. I love it to bits. What's going on? Harvest moon rises. Your crops provide a better harvest. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna build the mob farm out of wait, what was that? My magnet. Ouch. Oh, bet it goes on the fucking belt slot. Oh my god, my magnet is back. Oh, that brings so much happy. Alright. So. Simple mob farm. Let's make it out of... I was going to build a quarry, wasn't I? I was building a blast furnace. Oh, but then I needed like crazy amount of rubber, and then that's where this came in. ADHD moment. Iron plate. Do I have any? I don't, and I'm running out of iron. how much I need, but get that going. This is going. Ooh, everything's going well. Everything's doing great. This is just awful. Oops. Industrial blast furnace. Kaboom and shaboom. Great. Look at that. Incomplete multi-block. What the fuck? Why is this taking a long time to build, to break? What do you mean by multi-block? Tech Reborn Industrial Blast Furnace. Tech Reborn Industrial Blast Furnace. Wikipedia. Casing. Standard machine casing. First layer contains 9x9 casings. Second layer contains 8 casings with an empty central hole. Third layer again, 8. Top 9. There's a blast furnace in the center bottom connected to a power source. So if it's made with standard machine casing, it'll allow the furnace to produce 1,360 heat. And then the better casing, the better product. That means I need 8. Wait, go back. There's 4 layers. It means 9, 17, 25, 36 casings needed. Okay. Fuck me. It makes 4 each. What did I just say? 30. Wait, what? That's... I gotta math, dude. $34 divided by 4. I'm gonna have it's gonna be not exact numbers. Because why would it be? I need iron plates. Let's just get this iron smelting, you know? You know what I mean? Let's get that going. Iron. Turn this into hell of these things. Just do the whole thing. 34. these have to smelt as well. Oh my god. Where's the coal? So much coal. Get that going. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, coal's literally the first one because I have so much. Oof. This is rough. There's salt up there. Ooh, look at all that salt. I gotta make a pepper farm. All the seeds. Seed. Oh boy. We're in fall right now? Okay. So all the farms, by the way. Maybe not. Not until I get an elytra. And rockets. PETA approved. Don't worry about it. Beef. Put it in there. Just fucking get these things going, dude. Alright. Iron. Iron. I'm gonna run out of iron. Not that I even use it for anything besides this. But, you know. I've got 8. This is silly. So let's do it like that. Yeah. Multi-block structure action. This says lava on the inside. So I'll do that, which means I'll need to go and find lava, or get lava. Damn it. Back to the nether. I'll get all the lava. All your lava are belong to me. Both of that cobble just fell into the fucking lava. There we go. I hear a blaze. What the hell? Sorry, I'm still eating fries. Very rarely does a crunch get picked up by the microphone, but it happens. All right. Oh. Oh my god, I'm out of rubber. Dude, that's insane. Your craziness. Crazy. That's it. I'm out of iron. Go mining. That's nuts. God damn it. Okay. So. My farm, my farm, my farm. There. Elevator. What? Oh my god, I'm out of iron. One iron bar, man. Out of water. Oh fuck. But like, what if you imagine that there was iron, you know? What if? What would happen? Infinity stones. Flint. Iron. Infinity stones. Not a whole lot of iron. Oh, no, not even enough water to sprint. Right. I wonder if I got looting or fortune 6. Right, because there was that villager that traded me this sword. Sharpness 5, looting 4. Right. I wonder. That's why I always check the trading villagers' trades for when they're about to offer me a deal of a lifetime. Okay. So this is for the mob farm. I eventually need to go around and collect all the the waystones. Where do I put it? What if I put it right around here? This stupid dummy high in the sky. I'm kidding, that'd be stupid. Oof, hiccups. I have no food. Alright. I think if I do it above the ocean. Oh, I destroyed the ocean thing. Well, in that case, I do it above the desert, which is right next to the ocean. Right? It's gonna be a while. I don't know what the Y level is nowadays. I'm shitting bricks right now. This guy can buy right now. No good trade. See, no deal of a lifetime. but important to check. So basically, I'm gonna go to the top Y level, right? And then build the mob farm. Instead of waystone. Basically. No fennec foxes down there, right? Someday. What is the top Y level? Used to be 256, but I think now it's like 300. How many entities? There are 117 entities loaded into the game. See if it's 300. Nope. Way higher. $319. What an obscure number. One, two, and then you put a torch on the top. And then right here, the mobs farm in. Right? 1, 2, right there. Right there. Oops. Right. 1, 2. Oops. 2, 3, 4. Dirt. Oh my god. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What the hell? Hey. No. What? Is it because we're high up, or is it because it's winter? Or no? Quick, find a crop. It'll tell you what season it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Please don't be because we're high up. Right? Shit, it might be. Nice. Rare ice? What? Where's normal ice? Huh. That's obnoxious and worrying. Let me read up. The wiki doesn't say anything about height. It just says biome. And usually biome is an indicator of height, so let me just block it off from seeing the sky, you know? Fingers crossed. Big fingers crossed. Don't need corners. Whoops. Okay, so, oops, 2, oops, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. Okay. Cool. Oops. All right. Oh boy. Oops. Okay. So now this needs to go down 22 blocks. Give or take. Right, so from here, they'll be falling 2, 3. Let's do that. 3, 4. Here is where they fall. So here. Where I make a little platform. Oops. Cool. Dirt might not be the best material, best idea. But, you know, it's what I got. There we go. Top and bottom. Cool, cool, cool. Now it, okay, well, it hasn't frozen again, so that's a good sign. Yeah. Do this. Oof, hiccups. Every time, dude. Oof. All right. Let's go home. Home. Grab a second water. Go back. Make a little infinite source, just temporarily. It'll overflow into the bottom, but that's all right. Go. Do that. It's almost nighttime. Does F7 work? Oh my god, it does. In a little radius. Bears. Damn it. Make sure absolute nothing spawns up here. No little X's. And then we come down here. Do one of those. And then we also go home. We grab bedtime. I was really hoping. Okay. Grab slabs. Protect ourselves. Just in case the creeper explodes. Type thing. Should have grabbed fences. Also, oh, it works. It scared me. Good. I'm realizing that an Enderman could come along and ruin my day, but it doesn't matter. No Enderman will spawn up here. It's only 2 tall. Ooh, yeah. Do the floor as well. Look at these guys, they're about to blow. Oops. This is a success. Let's put that in my inventory for mending. What's a cactus? Ooh. Ooh, and I get armor. Look at that, they blew up. Good thing I made this out of obsidian. Huh, yeah, that is the problem. Okay. Set up a guard railing too, by the way. I don't imagine they'll explode any higher than that. You know, but I could be proven wrong. Also go back on. Let's do that. Please pick it up. Nice. So strange. No. Fuck you. And there we go. Oh yeah. That's mighty safe. Look at that XP. Wow. Damn you. Yeah, that's good. I'll get a water thing set up here. What is that? Oh, it's a jail crystal. Oh, and I'll get automatic item storage. It'll be good. I can just sit here and grind forever. But I really need it for my pickaxe. Or for, you know, my tools and mending. I think it's cool that I'm getting cactus. I bet you I can, yeah, you can use it for composting. That's what I thought. Plant oil, all that good stuff. So, this is a perfect opportunity for me to take a restroom break. I'll be right back. All right. Wow, look at those monsters. Trident, huh? Oof. Huh. Oof. I don't like this sword for this task. Kind of just kind of wanted to go until my pickaxe was fully repaired, but it might take a while. Where'd you come from, pal? I might do this sword. Got sweeping edge, so. Oh. Of slaying. That's funny. Look at that. Iron. I need that too. Oh, this is a great source of arrows too. But also a hell of a lot of junk. Don't need that many. Tridents in my life. Yeah, it's pretty good. It works. That's all it needs to do is work. Gem of the Warlord. Ooh. Good rarity. 20% max health. Huh. On a chest plate. Still don't know what these things do. Oh, that sucks. They blew up the slabs. Oh. Interesting. Alright, well, pickaxe is pretty good on repairs here. Maybe just a few more mobs. But this has mending too. That's why it's taking a little extra. Come on. There we go. Full health. Let's go home. That. Hey. Holy frame rate. Alright, sleepage. And drink water. Oh my god. Right. Oh, so, how's this doing? How about you do the other one while I empty these poison crystals, or these poison chemicals. There we go. Oh, and iron. I did go and get more. Yep. Oh boy. Yeesh. Not a whole lot. Oh, I don't need to make that anymore. I make these. I need 2 of these. I need a lot of those. I need a... God damn it. It's rubber. God damn it. Okay. How close does this get me? I need 1, 2, I need like 3 more sets. Ouch. Oops. Fuck. Just ruined it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Refill. Refill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Refill. Iron. smelt those and make iron into those. Nice. Nice. Got 2. As I get, oh, I'm out of refined iron 2. Oh, no. Four. So I need 1, 2, 3 more. 3 more sets. God damn. What a sham. I need so much iron. All this just for a quarry. Let's use the minimap to the advantage here. Let's go towards this giant cave looking like thing. Up. Oh, one of these. Oh. Iron. Sometimes these things have mob spawners in them. Oh, a cave. You suck. I wanted what was in that. There was iron in there. Son of a bitch. Hey, bud. Out in a bottle. Yeah, I know, I know. It's currently fall. Okay, good to know. Well, this is the first spawner that I... No, it's a fucking cave spider spawner. It's not worth my time. Just up there. Shit. Oh, that's a mimic. No, no wonder it was glowing. Hey, how about iron? Fuck. There's some. Way the hell. Shapeless. Boy, that mimic isn't annoying or anything. Oh, I haven't checked in on the diamonds. I can do that. Nice little iron. Ooh, one of those houses. Iron. Huh. Wouldn't it be really cool if there was a pretty obvious actual genuine mob spawner? Oh, if I go south, look at that giant lava area. I want to get there from my mine that I just started making. Oh, you're still a thing. You're still around. Oh, you're still alive. What'd you give me? Bunny hoppers. Grants the wearer to jump height. Grants immunity to fall damage equipable in the What? No more fall damage. Holy, that's awesome. That's an AJ-proof item. No longer will I be flung randomly and die. Holy. This is amazing. I am now fearless. That, and I get jump boost. This is great. Hey. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, but when I take damage, it sounds like a bunny. And it's sad. Wouldn't it be awesome if there was an ancient city? Oh, and it auto locks up blocks. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ooh, piece of candy. That's where I just was. Ugh. Spiders, huh? I've heard that one before. What? Overgrowth seed. Some rope, torches. Iron. Tomato. Half a bed. Oh, where does this take me? I think this is faster. Where does this take me? Also, oh, I don't stop when I do that. Some mod packs, they have a thing where if you go into your inventory while you're on a ladder, it holds you there. But not this one, I guess. This is a dead end. Hi. Redstone things. Do not mind if I do. Oh, I'm immune to fall damage, so... Oh. Let me out. Let me out. Ooh. Overgrowth seed. Still don't know what that is. Oh, my cat sneezed in the background. Oh, he's... In a moment. He's having a conniption fit. You alright back there, bud? Oh. Yeah, he sneezes a lot. Tunnel. That's funny. Oh no. Oh, I was gonna go south. For that lava. That giant lava cave. How much iron have I got? Really prioritize iron. This isn't even the big lava cave. Actually, do this. We'll go around it like that. Cool. Alright. We're pretty much here. What is this? Moonstone. And we're here. Let's go up this way. Ah, it's one of those fucking unbreakable buildings, structures. How fucking dare you? Ooh. Not looking bountiful for ores of the iron variety. Huh. We'll go around and collect all the diamonds, though. Yeah, I didn't think so. Hey, if you drop your helmet, that'd be really cool. He didn't, though. Shapeless. Oh, there's fish. Poor fellas. Ooh, diamond rock. Ooh, another diamond. Oh, there's emerald rock. Oh, lapis. I actually need so much lapis. Deep slate geode. Secret tunnel. I'm gonna be so lost. Ooh. Wow. Quiver, looking crossbow, a thing, iron, coal, bone. Apple. Wish I can grind that and turn it into gold, but I don't think it's worth it. Secret tunnel. Whoa. Haha, I'm in danger. Woof. Ouch. Looking for iron. Hey, a house. Wow, almost a stack of iron in a single chest. That's awesome. Big fan of that behavior. Fucking awesome. Oh, they can be on the ceiling. That's funny. Ouch. Geode man? Geode man. Bud. Budding amethyst. Whoa. Trade. Huh. Well, I think that's it for this cave. That I'm willing to get. You know, until I get a jetpack. Or something. I can do 2 blocks with these boots. Oh, here we go. Any spawners? Oh, wow, look at this. Oh. Wow. Ooh, double wow. Hey, 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 hey. Wow, what do you know? Christmas. Just a week away. Wow. Okay, what I'm not gonna do is fall for the TNT bullshit. What the fuck? I mean, I can use them. Hold on, I bet you. No? Can't grind it? Can't grind it? Damn. Never mind. I was hoping. Oof, hiccups. Gets me every time. When I get full body hiccups, so like, my whole body shakes when it happens. Bam. Ooh, what do you know? One of these. Junk. Lock place here. Where's it? Where's the place? Nowhere. I love the little measly spider attacking me and then I just fucking blow it up. You don't scare me, pal. Ooh, close quid. Ooh, piece of candy. Swim! What are you doing? Oh, I'm out of food, so I can't get into swim mode. There we go, swim mode. Mushrooms. No fall damage. Filling in certain fish will cook them. Ooh. Empty barrel. Hey, fellas. Ouch. Ouch. Oh. Uh-huh. Not gonna get me. Ooh. Oh. Here we go. A zombie spawner. I could, if I so choose, turn this into a mob farm. A grinder. So let me mark it. Zombie spawner 1. There we go. Cool. If I want, I can do it. Ugh, get me out of here. I'm done. Escape tunnel. Where am I? Oh. What? How'd this water get here so fast? Let me do a little bit of that. Get some iron. And some air. Oh. That wasn't full. It was. I guess it's good to know that this stuff has every variant of ore for budding. Like what's this? Just normal. Oops. Hey man. All right. Let's go home. That way. Whoa, this is huge, Normosaur. Wow. This. Wait, I can climb this. Can I skip to the top of the dungeon? Uh-oh. Huh. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. So what's in this thing? No way this is just a giant tree. No, okay, there's an inside. With spikes. I get it. I broke this. Uh-huh. Huh. Very interesting and underwhelming. All the way at the bottom, though. Like, where's the front door, you know? Dude, this is so much wood. Like, can you imagine? No iron, though. Bones will be useful someday. Well, I guess there's nothing down below. Well, this thing was strange. This structure. Oof. I am out of water. As soon as this little indicator says river biome, there we go. I can refill my water. Drink up. And get a move on. On the way. See now, it's ooh, shiny. Oh. Really? Mimic, huh? What'd you give me? Antidote vessel. Greatly reduces the duration of negative effects. Belt trinket. Too bad my belt is full of something that is way more useful and important. This is the exact cave that I was already in. Where's my wolf? What? There's one strong dog. I have nothing more for you. There's more wolves here in the woods. I'm gonna get them. I want them. I want the ones with, that look like the other wolf that I have. Aw, man. What's your problem? I want all the dogs. I'll eventually get cats too, but... and all the other pets. There's one. I see it. Who's that? I've already got plums, I know that. Alright, we're home. Holy guacamole. Put all this shit in there. I don't like how these guys glow. Whoops. Hey, I get a wolf pelt though. Wait. I can get wolf pelts from them. Wait a minute. Sit down. Where are the other ones? Okay. I'm gonna do some very heavily unethical things. I'll have to tame that guy too? I have to tame the baby? I mean, bone. Usually they're just auto-tame. That's fine. So this actually will make me warm. Oh, I thought it was a butterfly. Hey, little guy. All this iron. So good. Oops. Ah, what was that? What did I just put in? It was a food of some sort. That shouldn't be in there. Oh no. Rice. Silly bird. Okay, so smelt up all this iron. Oops. Sleep. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, refined iron. We'll do that. That'll work. Oh, this poor cow. You poor thing. Hamburger. Lemonade. Lemon chicken. Oh, look at all these ice creams. Oh. Vegetable sandwich. Make jelly? Ooh, I can. Molasses. Whipping cream. You're joking. Oops. Yeah, get the pasta in there, dude. What can I make? What kind of pasta dish can I make? I don't see any. Hamburger. Beef jerky. Ooh. How am I doing on my diet? I need more sugar. Protein. Oops. No way. God damn. Okay. Very close. Very, very close. Very, 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 very close. Okay. Bam. And now I need to do that 2 more times. God damn it. Oh, wait, 1 more time. One more time, one more. Oh my god, I've been trying to make this machine for 2 hours. And this isn't even the final machine that I'm going for. This is all just so I can start making steel. One more, and I'll swap it over. Great. Okay. Oh my god. Look at that heat. Zooey mama. Oof. All that to make steel. I need cells and refined iron. Cells. And iron is a refining. $1,000 heat. Oh, carbon cells. Oh, hey. Carbon is useful. Good to know. Save the carbon cells. Or steel. Oh my god. Takes 2 for 1. Or coal dust. Oh, dude. Just do coal dust. Look at that. Oof. Get some steel going, dude. What a journey. Okay, and then a steam quarry needs a hell of a lot of steel. Just make an item type. Plate. Oh. What's the default here? Default? Bronze. Got it. The blue moon rises. You feel lucky. You feel beat. Oh my god, it's out of electricity. Come on. Turn the sun on. Get that sun moving. Also, I heard you. Let's go. We got a first steel ingot. Oh my god. Misery. That's nuts. This is all gonna take forever. Shit. Oh my god, steel gears. Look how much steel this takes, dude. Just for pipes? Just for this one pipe that I need. Holy shit. How do I even make Invar? In a mixer or a packer. Invar dust. In a mixer, dude. I need to make a mixer. Copper's cheap. Fluid pipe. Oh my God. I need so much shit. How do I get a copper blade? From a packer, dude. I need a packer machine. Which means I need fluid pipes. Hold on. Which means I need fluid pipes already. Oh, one of these. Okay. Okay. Copper ring. Dude, I don't know. I don't know how much of what I'm gonna need, but copper is easy to come by, and it's just, please. Yeah, I've got the fluid pipes. Bronze curved plate. Bronze. I need to make more bronze, by the way. Alloy smelter. I have an alloy smelter, right? Compressor. Oh, I thought I had one. How did I make this? In a blast furnace? No. Had to be an alloy smelter. Not lost in a backpack, is it? Also, by the way, I should be keeping backpacks in backpacks so that, let's see. No. So that I can expand my storage a bit. How did I make this? How did I... bronze... Oh, dust. Oh, that's how I did it. Dust. In the forge hammer. Yeah, that's how I did it. Okay. Holy shit. These two machines take up so much electricity. do I make the tier 2? Oh, that's craziness. Copper and gold plates. And plates. Bronze plates. Tin? Are you joking? All of this, by the way, for a quarry. All of this for a quarry. Meanwhile, Buildcraft is like, just get a few diamonds. You got yourself a fucking quarry. I hope that's enough. I need 2 of these batteries. Fuck, I'm off by 1. And my storage is full. Oh my. Oh my god. Okay. Everything that has 1 item in it is coming with me. Yeah, I thought so. Why are they planks? Can I make them? These aren't even needed. Oh. I'm gonna make these into stairs. Where are these slabs? That's concerning. Oh, and it's nighttime. Come on. Ugh. Alright, these are for all single-use items. So we'll do helmets, boots, weapons, Trinkets. JO crystals. Food type thingies. Blocks. Oops. Blocks. Trinkets. Right there. JO crystal. A weapon. This is technically a block. This needs to stay. Helmet. Chest. Boots. I'll do jail crystal somewhere else. Trinkets. Tools. Music disc. Holy shit. Oh. Random shit. Eh. I'll count it as a trinket. Steel can stay. But all these single-use items are really fucking up my inventory. My computer storage. The tool. Trinket. Random items. Potions. Technically a block. These are create things, so rather those stay. Look how many single items I have. That's nuts. Oh, that's my new one. That stays. Weapon. Rapid crossbow. I know where that's used. That thing for Some of these things can stay, of course. Like crafting ingredients and shit, but and the fish. Sorry, I sneezed. Books. Trinket. Blocks. Weapon. Tool. So many music discs. Hope seed can stay. Gem, bed. Trinket. Venom block, book, thing, book. Block, farming. What? Pumpkin, you don't belong here. Oops, I put it right back into the fucking inventory. These fucking crystals out of here. Nighttime. So many books. So many just garbage. Taking up all my space. Jesus. Alright, good. I mean, that helped so much. I'm honestly not even done yet, but... What's the, sea potions. Right? Yep. I got all the potions out. I can go in the food. Random book. All the shit that I'm definitely not going to be using from that inventory screen, like, at all. You know? Trinket. Book. Block. Potion. Okay. I mean, that's already just so much better. Oh, that's right. 10. Ah, I gotta go mining. I just want another solar panel. I want to get the quarry today. I just want to get it, and then I can call it there. Looking for tin. All right, 1910. Without putting in more effort, I guess that's fine. Generating. Got 3 now. It's still slow as balls. Oop. Anyway. Dude, this is so much steel. So that's... 2, 4, 6, 8. 8, 16, 24, 32. $48. $55. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just to be conservative. Like 70. Like 70 steel ingots. Oh my god. This isn't happening today. This isn't. It's not. Gonna happen overnight is what it's gonna do. I'm gonna leave it running overnight. Iron. Oh my god. I don't have enough iron. Can I crush these? No. I need so much more iron. Oh my god. Aware IRL, dude. Okay. I have to sleep. I have work tomorrow. Alright. I'm gonna end. There's a snake in my cables. Holy shit. So much shit got done today. Like, in terms of technology and exploring. Holy fuck nuts. That is it from me. I thank all who stopped by, and lurked and chatted and all that good stuff, and crowd control, and for the follow that happened earlier. I'm gonna let this run overnight, and hopefully tomorrow there will be more steel. Fingers crossed. So, peace out. I wish you a good rest of your current time zone. Bye.